honorable speakers, facilitators, and all participants of this workshop, good afternoon. Welcome to the workshop, Scaling Agroforestry in Indonesia, organized by Tropenbos International and Tropenbos Indonesia in collaboration with the Embassy of the Netherlands. Let us thank the Almighty God who gives His abundant blessings so that we can gather here today. We would like also to thank everyone for making time to attend this workshop, either offline or online. Before we start this workshop, I would like to seek your attention for some household rules. First, kindly switching your mobile phones into silent mode to avoid distraction during the event. During the session, second, we will also inquire you to answer some questions through Mentimeter, so please prepare your mobile phone by then. Third, in the discussion session, you will be requested to join your discussion group, and your group number is stated in your name tag. So please kindly check your group number in your name tag. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Edi Purwanto, Director of Tropenbos Indonesia, to deliver his opening remarks representing the organizing committee of this workshop. Please welcome Dr. Edi Purwanto.
Dr. Jinke van Dam, Supriyanto, M.Sc, the Direktur Jenderal of Sosial and Partnership, Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Honorable Pak Mahfud, Dr. Mahfud, Secretary of the Pak Bambang, Secretary of the Direktur Jenderal of Social Forestry and Environment Partnership, Ministry of Environment and Forestry. The Honorable Pak Yos Van the Agricultural Counselor of the Embassy of the Netherlands Embassy in Indonesia. Honorable Pak Yos Van Monfort, Executive Director of Tropenbos International in Netherlands. Honorable Pak Rodriguez, also Secretary or Coordinator, one of the coordinator of the project in Tropenbos International Netherlands. Honorable Pak Meino van Norwich, Professor Dr. Meino van Norwich from Wageningen Research, Wageningen University and Research. Honorable Ibu Kurniatun Hery, Professor Kurniatun Hery, the lecturer from University Brawijaya or UB. Honorable also for Ibu Professor Dr. Sri Murniati, representative from National Research and Innovation Agency. It's here? No, yeah, not yet. Yeah. Honorable, all the researcher, all the colleagues, all the member of community of practice. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Rahayu. First of all, let's pray to Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala, that we can gather here in this room, in ballroom 1, this Carlton, Mega Kuningan, in healthy condition, and to conduct what we call is workshop in Agroforestry entitled Scaling Agroforestry in Indonesia. The event is organized by 3 organizations. First, Tropenbos International, based in Netherlands. Second is Tropenbos Indonesia, based in Bogor, Indonesia. And third is Netherlands Embassy in Indonesia. So we involve stakeholders from Netherlands, also from Indonesia, to stay together. And also why we conduct in the afternoon, because the afternoon is in the morning in Netherlands. So Netherlands stakeholder we can attend together with us here. Let me explain why we conduct this workshop. was about more than 6 months ago. Tropenbos International and Tropenbos Indonesia conduct a study, Agroforestry study, commissioned by Netherlands Embassy Indonesia to answer one question: what is the barrier? What is the challenge hinder the adoption of agroforestry and scaling agroforestry in Indonesia? That's why the study is conducted in Indonesia and also in the Netherlands. Yeah. From Indonesia, mostly conducted by Hery Santoso. Where is Pak Hery? Pak Hery, please stand up. Yeah. Pak Hery Santoso is a kind of our minister, yeah, who collect data to describe upstream problem of agroforestry, upstream problem. Well, also we have also Ibu Karina van der Laan. He is a facilitator in the online. Yeah. Ibu Karina van der Laan, who also work in Netherlands to describe downstream problem of agroforestry. We also conduct what we call is literature review, and also what we call is interview with many research person. Maybe some of you in stay here and also stay online have been interviewed by Hery Santoso or by Ibu Karina van der Laan. And we also conduct what we call is project, Flagship project, best practice of agroforestry. What is we learn what is the element we make this best practice, and we change the element to solution pathway. Yeah. This is the background of the workshop, and we come to the objective. The objective of the workshop first is to introduce. If you have to read, have you haven't read, we will explain here. To introduce, to validate, and also to fine tune the study conducted by Tropenbos International and Tropenbos Indonesia to have feedback from you, because we are as an organization with quite newcomer in agroforestry research, in agroforestry study. So we need your input, your feedback. First is what additional barrier we can be added from the studies here. Yeah. And also what is the additional solution pathway that can be added to the study, and also what 3 important steps toward the scaling agroforestry in Indonesia. This is the first object. The second is to identify the need of collaboration, the need of exchange knowledge, the need of learning among stakeholders of agroforestry to change to reach what we call is scaling agroforestry. And the third is to identification what the important role of community of practice to as an inclusive knowledge management toward the what we call is scaling agroforestry. So there is 3 objectives. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, based on our data, up till now, 100% will be attended in this workshop. 70% will be stay in the room, and 30% in the online. So maybe one of them, some I can answer from the government is Pak Bambang Supriyanto, Pak Mahfud from the Ministry of Forestry, also from Ministry of Agriculture, and also from BRIN, from National Research and Innovation Agency. From private sector, there are several like Pak Martin is our partner from BGA, Bumitama Agro, and also Pak Nardiono from ING. He is not coming yet, and also several association of agroforestry product and community like coffee, cacao, etc. And also from off-taker like Verstegen, like also what we call is forest wise, yeah. And also from university is quite a lot. Yeah. We have of UB, Brawijaya, IBB, UGM, Untan, and also from Netherlands like Wageningen University and Research, and also others. Yeah. So we have a lot of stakeholders, and hopefully will come in time. So far, it's still maybe 50% of the stakeholders who come in this room. Yeah. How and the workshop will be organized? First up, we have a kind of keynote speaker about Pak Dr. Bambang M.Sc. And after that, we can discuss about the session 1 about but as I told you before, but introduce, validate, and also fine-tune of the agroforestry report so far. Yeah. And the second one is also to discuss how to scale up agroforestry through community of practices, how to enhance collaboration, learning, and teaching among us. Yeah. This is the organization, and after that, we have also wrap up and next step, and we close with what we call is dinner together at after 6 o'clock. I think what I call is enough. I think it's the time to provide opportunity and time to Pak Yos Van Monfort to continue my remark. Please, Pak Yos, are you ready? Halo Pak Yos, no, Pak Yos Pak Monfort, sorry. Yeah. Pak Yos Van Monfort.
Yes, thank you. I was muted. Thank you, Pak Hery. It's an honor to be invited to this meeting, and I join you in welcoming all the honorable authorities and participants to this workshop. I think, first of all, I want to congratulate all of you with this collaborative work. It has been a huge work, and I remember we had our first discussions at the Dutch Embassy in 2022 in September, brainstorming together on what we could do. But now looking at the report, I think it has gone far beyond what I at that moment was imagining that we could do together. So I'm very proud of this result and the team that made it. That made this happen. So therefore, I want to, first of all, in the name of Tropenbos International Network, express my great appreciation to the Embassy of the Netherlands, and especially Pak Joost Oom, for initiating and supporting this agroforestry upscaling study and organizing this workshop. I think also our great appreciation is going to the valued colleagues and experts being present here in the room, who helped the research and who are joining us today in discussing the results and especially the follow-up to the study, because I think reports are important, but the follow-up in action is even more important. I think there's growing consensus that there's a need for scaling up agroforestry. It brings multiple benefits for communities, but also if you look at the bigger picture, it is important for climate resilience. It's important for the society, for the economy, for you, for me, for all of us. So this report identifies a series of barriers to scaling, but more importantly, it shows also solution pathways, how to move ahead and how to scale. So I think this workshop is really an opportunity, to collaboratively learn and agree on collective actions. What are we going to do with the result of this report? So, and I think each of us can contribute and has a role to play in this. So Tropenbos is very willing to continue and play a role as a knowledge broker, a convener of dialogue, and a facilitator of what we call collaborative learning processes that helps collective action. The report mentions several important stakeholders that also have a co-responsibility and need to engage to make this happen. So at the end of this workshop, I would be very happy if we can all come together, identify concrete next steps to collaborate and to scale up agroforestry in Indonesia. So my expectations are high, very high, and I wish you all a very productive workshop. Thank you, Pak Hery. I give the word back to you.
Thank you, Bapak Edi Purwanto and Bapak Jos van Monfort from the Netherlands for your opening remarks. And now we would like to invite the representative from the Netherlands Embassy, Bapak Jos van Oom, the Agriculture Counselor of the Embassy of the Netherlands. Welcome.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat siang. First of all, I would like to thank especially Director General Bambang. I just say Bambang, it's easier than the whole title. For your support during this workshop to give your keynote speech, but also I hope in the future we will continue and even strengthen our collaboration, especially with you, Bambang. But also I would like to thank Tropenbos in the Netherlands, but also especially Tropenbos Indonesia for conducting the study. It was already mentioned by by Joost, not by me, but the other Joost. It's actually a very impressive study. So I'm really pleased to welcome you all here during this workshop and to discuss with us how to upscale agroforestry in Indonesia. And I think it's an interesting discussion, maybe more interesting than the outcome of the Dutch election, because that shocked us, all of us. And I think some of us still have to recover from that. But I think it's nice to discuss about upscaling agroforestry. And the recent study conducted by Tropenbos, was already mentioned, commissioned by the Dutch Embassy, I think proves also very useful information, and that it shows that agroforestry is really something potential here in Indonesia. And we recognize the importance of this practice in promoting the biodiversity as well as creating socio-economic opportunities for the local community. And of course, what also mentioned about climate change. But also, I think it is very interesting about the local community. This week it is the RSPO Farmer Conference as well. I think we have to be careful that we don't exclude smallholders for the access market to Europe, because otherwise maybe they will try to find another product, clean the forest. So we have to be careful with that. And I just came straight back from North Sumatra today, where actually I was with a Dutch delegation from the Dutch government for sustainable horticulture. But also there we came in contact with local people who are collecting incense from the forest. And then another example, just where you go in Indonesia, you can find agroforestry. And of course, there are many opportunities to give more added value to that product. And I think also in the study, it underlines the potential benefits of agroforestry, from increased biodiversity and improved soil health to improving livelihoods for the local community. And as we are sharing these findings with you, it is also worthwhile mentioning, and was already mentioned by Hery, also I think by Joost, it is a collective effort. Farmers, researchers, policymakers, environmentalists, as well as private sector, played a vital role in shaping the outcomes of what we are discussing today in this workshop. And also it was already mentioned, and I'm very happy, we can always see what are the obstacles, but also that this workshop will present you some solution pathways. And these are about how to integrate and connect all the actors towards agroforestry, and to improve it, to identify improvement in the areas related to knowledge, governance, market mobilization, regulation, implementations, and access to finance. So quite some aspects. The Netherlands is committed to agroforestry, which is in line with global efforts to create more sustainable and productive agricultural landscapes. And we see great potential in partnering with Indonesia. That's why I'm often happy to work together with Bambang. Through collaborative initiatives like this one, this workshop, we try to facilitate knowledge exchange, multi-stakeholder forums, and the development of solution pathways tailored to the unique challenges and opportunities presented here in Indonesia. And the Netherlands is eager to contribute and support Indonesia in realizing the full potential of agroforestry. And when I was in the plane, and I still have some internet connection, I saw an email today that even my ministry approved, I think, a program for 4 years. together with Tropenbos, to work together further on the upscaling of agroforestry. So that's really nice, and also here for Indonesia. So once again, thank you to all of you for participating, and I hope this workshop will bring up the discussions and how we can work together. Because for me, it is important to see, and would like to hear from you, how also we can continue. As it was mentioned, we have now a nice study, we have some solution pathways, but it's for me important to see if we can change that into concrete actions and activities, also for next year. So please let us know how you think, because you are the ones that can do it, how we can upscale agroforestry and what kind of concrete actions we will do together. So I hope together with Bambang. Thank you and terima kasih.
Thank you, Bapak Yos Van for the welcoming remarks. And next, we would like to invite Dr. Insinyur Bambang Supriyanto, M.Sc, Director General of Social Forestry and Environmental Partnership, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, to give a keynote speech. Please welcome Pak Bambang Supriyanto.
Thank you for this opportunity. And thank you again to invite me to speak about agroforestry and social forestry in Indonesia. Pak Jos, Agriculture Control, and also Pak Jos, Madam Jos, Director Executive of Tropenbos, and also Professor, Researcher, and also agroforestry and social forestry activists. Good afternoon. And let me explain about agroforestry is an engine for the social forestry in Indonesia. So in the first part, I will explain about social forestry, and another part will deal about the implementation and impact of agroforestry in Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, social forestry is a national program in Indonesia that is aiming to deliver rural development and poverty alleviation for the people living in the forestry area. There are 25,863 villages located inside and nearby the forest, with 36.7% they live under poverty. There is a paradox: poverty and abandonment of the natural forest. So I do believe with the social forestry and then adopting sustainable forest management and livelihood as a main principle, social forestry is believed to be one of the strategic steps to social welfare, food, energy, and also climate resilience. So the target of social forestry in Indonesia is 12.7 million hectares, located in the coastal areas, peatland, and also terrestrial ecosystem. As of September 2023, the government of Indonesia has succeeded in distributing almost 10,000 units of social forestry permit, which is about 6.3 million hectares spread across all function of the forest area, managed by 1.3 million households. If one household consists of 4 or 5 members of the family, so that almost 5 million people include to social forestry program in Indonesia. Meanwhile, the achievement of adat forest consists of about 244,000 hectares adat forest awarded for 131 communities. There is more than 836,000 hectares have been reserved for the adat forest. Ladies and gentlemen, access distribution is not enough. Access should beneficial for the people, so that the facilitator, agriculture extension worker, should help them, the farmer group, translated the land modalities become benefit for the social forestry. So that the role of the facilitator is very important. The one is to establish the institutional setup in the community. And the second, using participatory mechanism to create what they call as forest management unit. And then the management unit should consist of two: landscape management. The one is land use by consensus. So we assume that the landscape of social forestry managed by farmer group should be agreed by the people in terms of the land use. The land use in some part should be protected, like a spring of the water, the steepness of the area, habitat of the endangered species, and then river and other high conservation value forests. And the second, this is very important, utilization zone, that is for agroforestry, that is for the terrestrial area, and then silvophisheries, this is for the coastal area, and for the silvopastoral, good, we can combine in the coastal and also in the terrestrial. This is very important, the role of facilitator. So the most important thing, the agroforestry result should be beneficial for the landscape and also for the economic regional, so that we approach with the what we call as one village, one cluster community. Maybe for example, this is example. Agroforestry use fast growing species, but the species should be one or two. And then the crop for the agriculture, also one or two. So by doing this, the scale of the economic, it can be achieved. And then the approach of the land use objective also can be done. This is, as long as there is a market, forest productivity of social forestry forest will be sustainable. At the moment, we have almost 10,230 social forestry business unit that classified into 4 stages. The one is platinum. This is very high. This is already advanced business group of any social forestry. They do like export, and then they don't need any facilitator because they already sustain. They already understand clearly about the philosophy, the implementation of the social forestry. This is about 1%. And then gold, this is sustain. This is about almost 10%. And then 44%, this is still being the implementation. Yeah. And then about 46%, they just received the degree of the social forestry. We need a strengthening in terms of the capacity in managing of the social forestry. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a survey that conducted by Kata Data, one of the media and research company in Indonesia in 2020, because our program starting 2015, and after 5 years, they make a survey by Kata Data. The area is about 103 social forestry business group of almost 10,000 units, and agreed that the role of the facilitator is very important. And after 5 years, receiving of social forestry approval, the income has increased 72% or twice or higher than before. As a consequence of the social forestry in forest area, the community communally protect the area from the illegal logging, illegal mining, and forest fire. This can contribute to the climate mitigation action. So this is, I underline, once the community already put social capital in the forest, then of course automatically, community will beneficial from those investments, and then all negative things like illegal logging, forest fire, then will be avoided by homicide. This is a conclusion from the data. So, what is the strategy? There are three main strategies for the social forestry in terms of sustainable forest management and livelihood. So, the one is we protect of the dense natural forest. So, if we found social forest area still natural forest, we could not allow to do agroforestry over there. Just protecting, and then we are only allowing for the utilization in terms of the environmental forest services like ecotourism, and then carbon potential market, and also water benefit. But for the moderate and degraded land of the social forestry, of course, we are proposing agroforestry as engine to restore and also to increase the forest cover. This is the mechanism. So I give you the example of the implementation of the social forestry, which is in Lumajang again. Sorry, Ibu Kurniatun from UB. This is I explain again. Yeah. We give social forestry permit in Bruno, so 940 hectares for 367 member of household. Yeah. The location of the social forestry area just in the foot of the mound of the Semeru Mound. And then the community develop the forest management consists of two things. Even the area is classified as a production forest, but they make a consensus. Even in the production forest, they're still protecting like the spring, the water spring, and then the steepness of the area, and also the habitat of Owa Jawa. So they classified as what they call as protection zone. And the other, they are divine utilization zone. And then the choices is agroforestry and silvopastoral. Part of the area they establish using agroforestry with fast-growing species of sengon with a banana, and another one is under sengon fast-growing species. They planted grass odot. This is for the coal, and then producing milk. This is very important. So this is to ensure the sustainability of the product. It needs a microfinance from the bank and also the market access from the off-taker. So the community income after 5 years of the social forestry increased from 2.4 million rupees per month per household to 3.6 million rupees per month per household. So in general, 80% of the social forestry area is under 500 hectares. So they could not meet the scale of economy for the sustainability of the trade. So that the integrated area development approach, this is developed by merging some social forestry group to gain scale of the economic added value and also product and possibility in establishing community-based industry which enable the impact for the economic regional in that area. I will give you another example for the silvo fisheries in Lubuk-Kertang. This is north of Sumatra. We just arrived from that area. So Lubuk-Kertang is located in the forested area of the northern part of Sumatra Island. And then previously there was a tenure conflict in the area due to illegal cutting for the palm oil corporation. This is illegal. So palm oil corporation in the forested area. Because of palm oil, there was a community movement as a response of the tidal flood, like a rock. Yeah, because palm oil, they do not like a short land, so that they make like dam, yeah, along the coastal. But if there is a tidal flood, then destroy the dam, and then the agriculture crop also destroyed. So that the community fight for that, and then the palm oil restored by mangrove, and then I give a special permit to them with the social forest. So we are not allowing palm oil, illegal palm oil. So we do not. That's why they have to restore with the mangrove, with the community. So, and we understand that with the silver fisheries, it helped the rehabilitation in 400 coastal area using mangrove, and healthy mangrove suitable for the shrimp, fish, and crab production, and its utilization applying local wisdom, harvest season, they respect the harvest season, and also using fish trap like a bubu, this is in local name, bubu, and using also to harvest big fish only. So, and we allow, the community is allowed to create a pond with a maximum size of 0.08 hectare per household with a total area of 10 hectares. So, ladies and gentlemen, so I will give you another example. This is very important, related with ecological recovery of Jangka Benang. Jangka Benang, this is very important. Yeah. So, from 125 million hectares of Indonesian forest, there are almost 3.4 million hectares palm oil located in the forest area, and 845,000 hectares are in the indicative area of the social forest. So the community plantation holder that located in the conservation, protected area, and production forest area before the legalization of the Act number 11/2020 are able to apply the approval of social forestry. So if the palm oil belong to the community, as long as they stay at least 5 years, we still allowing to continue with the palm oil, but they should apply agroforestry principle, what we call as Jangka Benang. So Jangka Benang. So this is the strategy of the Jangka Benang is the one is developing the Jangka Benang plan as the part of the social forestry management plan. And the second is land enrichment with agroforestry technique according to the biophysical and social condition. And the third is forestry plan enrichment, minimum 100 stem each hectare, no later than 1 year after social forestry permit given to that community. This is like a win-win solution. If community plant the palm oil in the forest, they have to do Jangka Benang to recover ecological recovery. And then we are allowing until the rotation of the palm oil ending. This is the philosophy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, last presentation is about contribution of social forestry for the climate resilience. So this strategy will be implemented and strengthened in order to achieve Indonesia FOLU. FOLU is forest and other land use net sink 2030 target, where 4 million hectares of social forestry are the main target and will be carried out with 7 elements of the strategy. The one is prevention of the mineral and deforestation. And the second is plantation forest development. The third is enhanced natural regeneration. And the fourth addition of the carbon stock, mangrove improvement, water management, and peat restoration, and high conservation value forest. Ladies and gentlemen, to understand the contribution of the social forestry to the emission reduction, we calculated the forest cover of 1.06 million hectares of SF FOLU target during the period of 2016 until 2021, and then compare with the period of 2006 until 2015 as a forest reference emission level. Surprisingly, the changing trend in this 3 period indicated that implementation of the social forestry can contribute 31.9 million tons CO2 equivalent to increase national carbon stock to achieve volume net in 2020. So in conclusion, the role of the community are very important in climate change mitigation through the social forestry program, and considering that the community has very important through livelihood and also sustainable forest management. And once they have a benefit from that forest, they are willing to maintain the forest area sustainability. That is my presentation. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. And I hope it will be a fruitful discussion, and I will hear about the recommendation to us after this meeting. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Bambang Supriyanto. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an honor to address 3 questions because Pak Bambang gave us chance to ask. So 2 questions will be given to the offline audience and 1 question from the online audience. Please, do you have any question for Pak Bambang? No one? What about the online participant?
For the online participants, please propose your questions in the chat if you have any questions for Pak Bambang.
If there are no questions? No? Okay. Then
there is a question from the online.
Photo session. We welcome all. Oh, is there any question from the online participants?
Yeah, there is a question.
Please.
How can people apply for a social forestry loan?
Luis? The people in Jakarta cannot hear us. I just proposed the question.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah,
yes, it's already switched off.
Nice.
If I can repeat, the question is how can people apply for social forestry loan?
So because of what I said in my presentation, 36.7% the people live in or nearby to the forest, they live under poverty. So that the subject of the social forestry should be the people who live inside or live nearby to the forest. This is the one. And the second is the area should be a state forest. It can be conservation forest, it can be protection forest, it can be production forest. The difference is only the business model. If the business model for protection and conservation, we are not allowing the use the product of wood. It is not allowed, but we propose the national NPFF, non-timber forest product and environmental services should be as a main business over there. But if in the production forest, we can do NPFF and also environmental services plus also timber as a product. So the mechanism is very simple. There are 2 ways. By a proposal, so just the facilitator can have the farmer group, to propose which area they are going to have the permit. This is the regular mechanism. And then after having the proposal, the DG on behalf of the minister will assign the team to validate and verify. Is that true, the subject by name, by address? Yeah. And then is that true, the land of the forest clear and clean in terms of the quality? Once this is already clear, then the permit will be given. This is the first mechanism. The second mechanism, because the target of the social forestry in Indonesia is 12.7 million hectares. And by now, our achievement still 6.3 million hectares, while the time will be ended by 2024. So we still have a homework. So that we have new strategy in terms of how to accelerate for the social forestry by doing what we call as working together, picking the proposal from the field. So maybe for example, because we already have indicative social forestry area in Indonesia, 12.7 million hectares, but we allocated 15.3 million hectares. And we can overlay with the administrative boundary of the province, and then district, sub-district, and the village. And we understand clearly from the PIAX indicative which one is not having the permit. So after having this picture, the second step is we can set the integrated team to pick those areas by facilitating the farmer group and then dividing the land. So by having this kind of the mechanism, the acceleration can be achieved. Maybe for example, our performance is not so good during a COVID period. Yeah. COVID period, only almost 0.5 million hectares a year. But now it's almost 1 million, yeah, almost 1 million hectares because of this kind of the strategy. I think this is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Bambang Supriyanto. Now we would like to invite all the participants, I mean the offline participants, of course, to come to the front area, and we will take pictures together before Pak Bambang, because Pak Bambang will have another agenda. So we would like to invite all of you to come forward. Yeah, to take picture together with him. Please.
Well, there's a picture taken in Jakarta. I would like to give a yeah.
Karina, you are muted.
Yes, I'm just unmuted. A warm welcome to everyone. There's now a picture taken in Jakarta. I would like to ask everyone to switch on the video right now so that we can see each other. I already saw a lot of familiar faces. Great seeing you all. I would just like to explain, Pa Hery already described it briefly. We have 2 sessions today. There will be a short break in between. There will be quite some presentations, but very brief presentations. That is why time or the schedule is quite tight. But we also ask your input through Mentimeter, and we have organized a breakout session in the first session. My colleague Louise will explain more about that after this, after my talk. But we also ask you to provide input in the Q&A. You will be muted beyond the breakout sessions, but we ask for you to provide input into the chat. So if you just put all your questions in the chat, we will propose some of them, some key questions to the team in Jakarta. And also the outputs from the Mentimeter and the breakout sessions will be shared with the team in Jakarta. Let me see. And if your questions are not being addressed, we will take them along during the discussions afterwards and try to answer them where possible. Okay, so we wish you a great workshop.
Hi everyone. Yeah, as Karina said, I'm also here helping out in the online session. I'm Luis. I work for Tropenbos in the Netherlands. And our goal today is to bring you as much as possible close to what's happening in Indonesia. Even though we are all online, we wish we will be facilitating a session where everyone is interested, and that's why we have a few options for interaction. One of them will be the Mentimeter questions, which will be answered by you online and also in Indonesia offline participants. With that, we will be sending, you already have a QR code, but we will be sharing that QR code in the presentation as well. And I will be putting a link to join the.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Someone is muting me, but well, I think they are starting again. So, well.
Yeah.
Next, we will enter the first session of this workshop that will be guided by Dr. Atik Widayati as the moderator. We would like to invite Dr. Atik to the stage. Dr. Atik Widayati is a senior associate for program and research at Tropenbos Indonesia. She is also partly working for Tropenbos International for Fire Smart Landscape Program. Her most recent work is mostly on peatlands, landscape approaches, as well as on agroforestry. Dr. Atik, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mbak Irene. So for the next 30 minutes or one hour or so, we are going to have the first technical session, group discussion. And for the presentations, I think I'll just go ahead of inviting the speakers today. First, we will have Hery Santoso. Could you move forward? Ibu Jinke van Dam and Ibu Farida. But before that, I think you are requested to answer. Please have a. Yeah, you are requested to answer the one question about your roles in agroforestry so far. So you might have to scan to get to the Mentimeter. You will have to scan the barcode at the end of your leaflet. In front of you or on your desk or the one that you got from the registration desk. And there will be a question, what is your role or your involvement in agroforestry? And then we will have, we will see or we will view your responses in about 2 or 3 minutes after this. Yeah, so please put in your response.
everyone in the online session, you can find the link to the Mentimeter in the chat. So we will put all notes and links in the chat. So please go there and fill out the Mentimeter.
Still moving. Okay, I think probably we can conclude already that the biggest word there that doesn't move anywhere as the biggest word amongst all is being researcher. And then I think education is the next role. And yeah, sustainability is next. Yeah, those are the three major keywords or major roles of the audience here. Yeah, thank you very much. So I think we will just we will continue with the next session of this first technical session, which is the presentation of the results on findings of agroforestry study on scaling of agroforestry in Indonesia. We will have two speakers, Pak Hery Santoso and Ibu Jinke van Dam. So let me introduce a bit of Pak Hery and Ibu Jinke. So Dr. Hery Santoso is an anthropologist and forester. He is an independent consultant and researcher in social forestry and forestry policy at Tropenbos Indonesia. He also works as a part-time consultant to the World Bank in social forestry and forest village community development. And I think one presentation will be done with Jinke as well. Same presentation. So Ibu Jinke van Dam is an associate thematic lead on diversified production system at Tropenbos International. Jinke leads the impact area on the diversified production system and is as advisor for the EU and Dutch forest-related policies. Okay, the floor is yours, Pak Hery and Jinke.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ati. Thank you very much for the time. The time is very tight, so probably my presentation just need to be very just a point. Okay. Actually, this study depart from the understanding of agroforestry is like a land system combined of tree perennial and annual growth, and involving some commodities, and this is involving simple and what you call and complex integrated system. And then this research will highlight some Indonesian agroforestry landscape from upstream and downstream. such as water impact, water benefit, water challenge, and also how to scale up, how to promote and something like that. This research also highlight some policies, especially in Indonesia and European policy regarding agriculture. And finally, we found three models of agroforestry, which is right now still exist in practice for local community in many regions. The first one is what we call family farming agroforestry. This is an intensive or we call extensive agroforestry, which is mostly located in the forest area, and for a long time, of 100 years practice by local community. And historically and culturally, these models of agroforestry is part of the system education system. And these models dominant in some big islands out of Java, such as Sumatra, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and the second models of agroforestry that we studied found is what we call smallholders agroforestry. This is semi-intensive agroforestry. People already invest some inputs and effort, such as labor and also management to improve the productivity. And mostly is located outside of the forest area. Historically, this model of agroforestry is part of the what we call secondary or permanent farming system, especially particular and most exist in Java. We have some example for this model of smallholders agroforestry, such as Pekalongan in Central Java or Carlton in West Java. For the family farming agroforestry, we have some models such as simple, probably this is rattan and tree agroforestry in East Kalimantan, and also Bambang, this is rubber and tree agroforestry for the community in West Kalimantan. And the third models of agroforestry is what we call corporate agroforestry. This is implemented in state-wise country in Java since the colonial era as temporary agroforestry. This is not permanent agroforestry, compared with the family farming, smallholders agroforestry. Implemented as simple intercropping. They are adopting models of agroforestry from farming systems from Myanmar and also Karangtiki or Perhutanan from Sosial. If the family farming and smallholder agroforestry, the purpose of this development of agroforestry is to generate a local income, and the corporate agroforestry, the purpose of developing corporate agroforestry is to manage the surplus of labor and also to manage the social pressure to the forest management in Java. Next slide, please. Yep, and then this research also found that the domination of family farming and smallholders of agroforestry among a third of the population actually work in agriculture sector, and more than 90% is the family farming and smallholder. Okay. This research also found the domination of family farming and smallholder agroforestry. Almost a third of population is small population is working agricultural system, and mostly more than 90% is smallholder and family farming. So, and it is using agroforestry or intercropping as a strategy to mitigate, to minimize the risk, and also to maximize the benefit. So, based on this finding, I think it's already for a long time agroforestry is having a big contribution to the local income and also for the national income. Most of the commodity production, such as cocoa, coffee, rubber, in Indonesia is dominated by smallholders and family farming. This is the number. I think the average more than 90% of export production is dominated by family farming. And also, this research highlights some policy, Indonesian policy regarding agroforestry. Some of them is already presented quite clear, I think, from Bambang. There are some national policy regarding agroforestry, and we recognize that social forestry is an umbrella of the agroforestry development in Indonesia. As already mentioned by Bambang, we have a target for 0.7 million hectares of social forestry to promote to develop the agroforestry. And another policy also already mentioned by Bambang is Jangka Panjang. This is the policy that try to transform illegal monocrop palm oil inside the forest into the palm oil of agroforestry for one rotation. And then I think that all this national policy regarding agroforestry is reforestation. Reforestation since long time, since the 19 or 80, agroforestry is part of the strategy to reforestation. And we also found, but it is limited policy in the ministry in agriculture sector, means the Ministry of Agriculture. As the rising up of the issue of climate crisis, there are a policy of climate smart agriculture in agriculture sector or in Ministry of Agriculture. They're addressing and mainstreaming, promoting intercropping for smallholder agriculture. So this is some national policy that we recognize as very important to support agroforestry development. I think the time is quite high. And then the new policy that we found in this research is issued by Ministry of Environment and Forestry, what we call multi-forestry commodity. Through this policy, the government is trying to promote what we call industrial agroforestry, to encourage the private sector in forestry sector to develop industrial agroforestry. And I think this policy is very challenging for the smallholder and family farming agroforestry. In one side, it could be an opportunity to make a partnership with the private sector in terms of developing agroforestry. But in another hand, also could be a challenge. So far, as I already mentioned before, that the domination of cash crop production in Indonesia is by smallholder and family farming. But after this policy, probably for the future, the domination will shift to the corporate, to the private sector. But I don't know. This is just prediction. And then another policy also already mentioned by Bambang is the carbon policy. Carbon policy, I think, is very important in terms of developing agroforestry in future. We have at least 3 policy of carbon market or carbon policy. The first one is what we call NDC. Bambang already mentioned NDC. This is the policy addressing the target of emission reduction in Indonesia. And then the second policy is following net. This is describe the strategy how to achieve the target of emission reduction. And agroforestry incorporated with the social forestry program is part of the strategy to achieve the NDC. And the benefit for this carbon policy is what we call carbon trading or carbon market. As we know, this policy addressing agroforestry, especially incorporated with the social forestry program, could be involved in carbon market. So this is an opportunity for agroforestry to develop another crop. So far, cash crop, food crop, probably for the future also carbon crop. And but there are some requirements. The first one is what Bambang already mentioned about the level of agroforestry which is incorporated in the social forestry program. It should be in silver category. Means they already have a business unit, they already have a business plan, and also they already identified some commodity to trade. And then the second requirement that's so far challenging for the agroforestry, for the smallholder and family farming agroforestry is about the MRP. MRP is I think this is the basic need in Carlton market, but for the smallholders and family farming agroforestry is quite challenging. So this is some policy that is research found is very important regarding agroforestry development for the future. But also the main problem is the main problem is what we identified is unconsolidated and sectoral policy. Let's say if we talk about the policy of social forestry and some policy issued by Ministry of Environment and Forestry, it's only stressing the practice of agroforestry inside the forestry, such as social forestry. But based on the map of Tropenbos Indonesia, I think that it's quite important to develop this map. Practices of agroforestry in West Kalimantan is only 25 and 30% incorporated in with social forestry program. Means there are a lot of practices of agroforestry inside the province still uncertain, still challenging that will improve in some policies such as carbon market policy. And then the policy issued by the Ministry of Agriculture or from agricultural sectors only addressing the practice of agroforestry outside of the forestry. So it is very important to understand this, the policy of supporting agroforestry actually is still fragmented, especially between the agroforestry inside the forest and agroforestry outside of the forest. So next slide, please. What we see actually is the agroforestry does not reach yet in full potential. In terms of productivity, it's still low, lack of sustainability, and also lack of energy, especially for the practices of farming forestry and forestry, which is not incorporated with the social forestry program. I think this is the challenge. I will present some part of the session, especially in terms of the upstream issue, and then the Jinke will continue with the other part. This is the last slide, I think. So, what do we need actually to scale up to improve the agroforestry? I will pick up the case number 1. How Tropenbos Indonesia managing the transition of agroforestry in Kalimantan. We know that West Kalimantan is home for Bambang. Bambang is a family agroforestry. This is rubber and wood agroforestry located inside of the forest area and managed by the community over there. And so far, there are some barriers and pressures such as the collapse of rubber price in the last couple of years. And then also the expansion of farming, and you also move out from the villages to the urban area, see the better opportunity. And then that's why some practices of Bambang in West Kalimantan is now abandoned. Some people trying to transform into monocropping palm oil. Some people trying to abandon it, and they're working in another sector for mining, for example, and plantation, for example. And Tropenbos Indonesia trying to transform this what we call family farming agroforestry. This is unintensive agroforestry into semi-intensive agroforestry, because probably for future they will try to transform into the intensive agroforestry, or we call community business agroforestry. Tropenbos Indonesia delivered some package of programs such as PPP. This is facilitating the community to have direct access to the revenue, so they who can get better price from this from the agroforestry. And Tropenbos also introduced what we call farming school. Through farming school, Tropenbos Indonesia try to deliver extension services and also improving, promoting environmental services in Carlton. This is some effort that I think is very, very important to understand also to be got as part of the managing agroforestry transition, because so far, as I already mentioned before, the agroforestry does not yet is in the full potential. So I think this is a very important for the issue of upstream agroforestry, and probably
I will continue. Yes, Hery, thanks very much. Yes, and as Hery mentioned, despite the many benefits, there are still challenges for agroforestry to reach the full potential of it, and also to reach the scaling of it. And in the report, we identified in total 6 challenges that are related to it. You will find the challenges in detail in the brochure that you received, so I will not go in too much detail, but it has to do with complexity. For some people that we interviewed, it said it is new, it is considered complex, especially in comparison to monocropping systems. It also has to do with concerns around economic viability, especially in the first years of establishment. Respondents also mentioned the undervaluation of benefits. There are benefits, but they are not always economically valued for, and that is considered a challenge. Hery already mentioned the challenges around laws and policies and lack of coordination. And we also flagged the lack of knowledge, innovation, and information, and that was especially related to technical information on the plot, but not only that, it also relates to getting information and insights to markets and to new products, and to get that organized. It's also related to the availability of data. Yeah, going into that, one of the challenges mentioned were also related to business uptake and market deployment. There are challenges around finding niche markets, to connecting the buyers and the producers, to make those linkages in the market. And also, well, there are often small volumes related to it, so there is a need to scale and to organize the logistics around it. The lack of incentives for agroforestry development was mentioned from a government perspective, but also from a market perspective. And you can think about premiums of payment for environmental services. And there was also mention about the lack of access to finance, that getting an investment or a loan for small-scale agroforestry is still often considered too risky. And that is David. But fortunately, this is a lot of challenges mentioned, but there are also a lot of compelling examples that demonstrate that it can work, that manage to harvest the benefits and overcome those obstacles, and are really successful. And in our report, we identified 5 flagship projects in total, but there are obviously many more. So I would also like to invite you, if there's an interesting project to share, please put a note somewhere on the table or share them via email or via chat, because I think it's worthwhile to share them with us. We identified in those projects some best examples of best practices that are useful to share also with a wider audience, and that can manage the scaling. The first one we just heard from Hery, but if you look at the second one, we hear that after a moment about the Gula project. But if you look at the third one about the Empower program, one of the key learnings there was that it was really a multi-stakeholder partnership and program. So there was really collaboration between all stakeholders involved with commitments, so that made it all work. If you look at the fourth project, the Sukasita project, one of the key learnings there was that it was really an integrated program from farm to end market. So the full value chain was involved, and that was really a lesson learned that could be taken upwards. And about the fifth project, that is more on a agroforestry, more on a landscape level, but the learning there was that the platform, the multi-stakeholder platform, but also the HCP was legalized, so it was a commitment, but because of the legalization of it, it was also a formal commitment. Next slide, please. So we took those challenges and best practices all together, and we also interviewed people, and all of that brought us towards, in total, 8 solution pathways. Again, they are explained more in detail in the brochure, but I will flag some of them. If we look at collaboration, one of the recommendations is to really concentrate and involve the entire value chain. So from the producer to the market, but also the enablers around it. So financial institutions, governments, and so on. If we talk about enhanced policies and governance, one of the recommendations was to really strengthen good agroforestry practices within the framework of social forestry. On business and market mobilization, one of the recommendations is to try to connect producers to buyers in new or niche markets. If we look take another one at knowledge research and knowledge mobilization, one of the recommendations is to promote and mainstream those best practices and lessons learned to a wider audience, so everyone can learn from it. And as we look at the awareness, outreach, and capacity building, we recommend to really make use and learn from already existing structures and models like farmer field schools, locally led NGO projects, and farmer networks. And finally, one of the recommendations on community of practice is a community of practice to really share lessons learned, what is already present. There is a lot of knowledge around, but to share that really also with the practitioners, so not keep it only in the knowledge society. And next slide. So I don't go into detail here, but it shows basically the solution pathways and which stakeholders are involved. And the key conclusion is here, we all have a role to play. So all stakeholders are involved, and the solution pathways are all needed. So one of the key recommendations of the report that stands out is really the need for collaboration to make it all happen.
Okay, thank you, Jinke. Yeah, I think we just go ahead with the next presentation, the next speaker, Ibu Ayu Farida, who will present the success story of one flagship project, which is Gula project by CO2 Corporate and RPL. So allow me to introduce first, Ibu Ayu Farida is the director of Rimbo Pangan Lestari, or FPL. Her academic background is on applied climatology and hydrology. She has been working as a researcher. She was working as a researcher at ICRAF and also as a lecturer at University of PGRI in Padang. Yeah, Ibu Ayu, please.
Thank you, Ibu Andi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang semuanya. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this honorable session for us to present our program Gula Food Forest as one of the flagship projects in this workshop. Next. The objective actually of the program is to try to maximize the livelihood improvements through ecosystem restoration using agroforestry, as well as carbon credit as a co-benefit of this program. This activity has been carried out together with CO2 Authority
which is social enterprises based in the Netherlands. CO2 operate is the role is managing all the program as well as our marketing part for this activity. And Rimbo Pangan Lestari, or RPL, is a local NGO based in West Sumatra, Indonesia. Our role is more on the implementing the program in the field, especially in West Sumatra and Indonesia in general. We work with a lot of various different stakeholders. Our partners are local government, provincial, and also national level, as well as several universities. And our client for now is mostly come from private sectors in Europe, as well as in the United States of America. And also we have some Scandinavian climate care company who also join the activities. And for the funding, also we have FNO as a development bank in the Netherlands. Just to show you how our program related to the Sustainable Development Goal, actually it's very obvious that this activity is part of the climate action to reduce the emission through the carbon sequestration, as well as increasing the income for the family through the agroforestry product, and increase also the biodiversity through our agroforestry activities and so on. Next. So how our target area for the ecosystem restoration? We are not working in the forest zone area. We are working outside forest zone area. Normally in Indonesia, we call it area penggunaan lain or other land uses. And the baseline for the program normally is degraded or can be unproductive area as well. And normally it's the baseline of the area is imperata grassland or can be shrub also. And we are working for now with several villages located in the Solok district in West Sumatra. And the number of restoration area from up to 2023, we are reaching more than 400 hectares. And we are targeting 50 to 150 hectares per year, with a number of household joining activities about 425 families. Next. Yeah. So this is how the project implementing in the field. The farmers is the key for all the process of our program. They decided together in form of the kelompok tani or farmer group. They decided and choose what type of tree they would like to grow in the land using the agroforestry system. And also we applied assisted natural regeneration technique to start the program, especially in the imperata grassland, as a method to remove the imperata grassland before the regeneration can take place. And also to support this activity, we have a nursery center. This nursery center prepare and also distribute a various seed for the agroforestry seed for our program. And yes, we also performs a perform-based carbon payment to the farmers on annual basis, and this payment on this incentive can be used by the farmers to maintain their agroforestry system. Next one. Yeah, this slide is showing you how the best practice of Gula food forest program process during the first 5 years. On the left side, you can see quite some picture there. We have a quite bare land on the start, and after 5 years, we have quite rich biodiversity agroforestry system. And for the first 3 until 5 years, farmers can have food and also side income from the agroforestry system like coffee, clove, avocado, durian, jengkol, and other kind of trees. Yeah. And We also try to develop the business for the agroforestry product to support the agroforestry product from the farmers. For example, we support the coffee installation unit for our restoration coffee, as well as give training to the farmers how to manage their coffee garden, and also try to help them to improve the harvesting process, and also try to link it with the potential buyer in the area. And for the area which have clove, for example, we are trying to use the clove leaf and have the distillation unit for this, and then we will have the essential oil from the clove leaves. And to support the organic fertilizer for the farmers, we have the biocomposting unit also in the area where farmer produce their compost for their garden. Yeah, and this is to show you after the several years of the activity, we try to study how the impact of ecosystem restoration in the area. For now, we are having an assessment for below ground and above ground diversity assessment. On the left photos, you can see that together with the Brawijaya University, we assess the below ground biodiversity, and we found that the increased density of earthworm, we found it after the restoration activity. The earthworm is one of a good indicator for soil quality. And for the above ground biodiversity, together with the biometrio from Germany, we set up several bioacoustic sound recording. Then we found that 168 birds species around our site, and we put some camera trap also, and we found that 7 mammals species walking around the site. And also, if you can see on the slide, we have Sumatran tigers, movie star on our video. Yeah, and so what makes Gula project into success? So probably this is some success factors we would like to share with you. We think that the high sense of ownership of local community is very important. We very engaged in this, and the farmer is very active in the farmer group for this project. And we have also performed as a farmer group decided by the farmers, and the adding value of the agroforestry product in the village, that's also very important, like the business unit that we have for coffee, the essential oil, and the biocomposting unit. And we say that we have high integrated carbon credit, social and environmental impact. Our program is certified by Plantivo, so that's is very important for sustainability of this program. And then also for program transparency, we put all our site in the platform called Explorer Land by the Open Forest. Yeah. Next one. Yes, the challenges. We face the challenge, then we will always face the challenge, I think, through all the time. And some of the challenge, I think, also already mentioned by Pak Hery and also Bu Jinke, that some farmers in the beginning of the program, they are really interested in starting and having the fast, easy going, easy to grow type of horticulture. And yeah, it can be challenged and also can be a benefit in our part. And yeah, the variation also during our site due to the soil condition, pests and disease, as well as the very important that climate extreme now, weather extreme now, like El Nino is also impact and a big challenge for us. And yeah, some part that like social condition, social political condition in the village also has a big challenge for us, and we try to overcome it. Yes. Next. Yeah. How is to scale up the potential to scale up? Yes, I think what is very strong in our program is, I can say, number 3, word of mouth. When the farmers see this is very positive, then they will normally talk to others. And this is how normally we expand our program to the next village or to the next kecamatan. This is for us, it is very powerful potential to scale up, as well as collaboration with the local and provincial and national level. We have worked together with the Kementerian Desa for this activity. And also we found that we have some flexibilities to start this program. It can be start from the village, or it can be start also from provincial or district level. It really depends to the where the location is. Yeah. Yes, I think that's all for my presentation. Ibu Ati, this is my team in the field. Yeah, back to you, Bu Ati.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Farida, for the very interesting and very insightful presentation. So I guess we have seen two types of presentation. One which analyzed quite comprehensively of agroforestry systems in Indonesia, including histories, policies, and then also some barriers and solutions. Please be reminded that the barriers and the solutions will be discussed in details with in a focus group discussion, or in a breakout group. So during this question and answer session, perhaps we can just go for some clarification or some points that will clarify, or some insights from the speakers here. So let's go for questions and answer session. Time limited, but yeah, please mention your name and then the speakers that you want to address to right away, so that we can move quite quickly. Yeah, Johan, right?
Yeah. So I'm Johan Kief, working with the UN Environmental Program on RDD and carbon-related issues for forest and. The question I have is actually for all three speakers. What I've been missing, Indonesia has recently launched a quite comprehensive policy network on forestry and land use carbon through ministerial decision 21/22, and then ministerial regulation 7/2023, and of course related to the launch of the Indonesian carbon market. And this could provide, particularly with regards to finance and also incentives for communities to move into carbon. And I think it's effective because it's quite actual, and it is emerging at quite. The policies are rolled out at quite high speed, high pace, and actually it might this might provide actually for many smallholders in Indonesia opportunities, which go beyond as well, which go beyond to some of the examples which you raised, which actually like plant people and others, and also appreciation out of course. There also are there's new kind of legislation we put in place, which also regulate these and relates to that, but also provides new opportunities. So I would like to have your view on that. Okay, thank you.
But Johan, so you asked three of them, or? Okay, for the opportunities that you mentioned. Yeah, so I guess the question is about the opportunities that are mentioned by Johan, and what is your view with in responding to those opportunities from agroforestry and your experience?
Thank you, Buati. Thank you, Pak Yuan, for the question. I think it's very complicated issue that, as I already mentioned before, and also Bambang, Pak Diji already mentioned before, that there is an opportunity actually for agroforestry, which is incorporated in social forestry. This is the policy. So the challenge actually is how about agroforestry beyond the social forestry, such as the agroforestry model outside of the forest zone. I think this is the challenge. But still, if the agroforestry inside the forest zone and it's incorporated with the social forestry, have an opportunity to benefit with the carbon market, we still have some constraints, such as long as they already achieve the target of NDC. Sometimes this is becoming the constraint and challenge. And the second challenge, I think, they also have to be in silver classification. Means they have a business unit, they have a business plan, and also they have they also identified some commodity to trade. So sometimes it's going to be challenging for the community. And again, now the challenge, as I already mentioned before, actually MRT is designated carbon trading, but for the community, it's impossible without any facilitation from stakeholders. So even when there are an opportunity for carbon trading for the agroforestry, I think it's challenging still for the community, for the practice of agroforestry. And that's why I think stakeholders is quite important to be involved and facilitated. But for me, it is still challenging to involve in carbon market for agroforestry, especially smallholder and family agroforestry, because some requirement I already mentioned before.
Yeah, I can reply shortly to it, but more from a general perspective. At Tropenbos International, we are also currently exploring the role of carbon finance in agroforestry, and I think it can provide it can provide a lot of benefits. But I think the point of departure should be the local context, and it will depend at the end of the agroforestry system and the local context. What benefits can be raised from it, how much added carbon or carbon can be saved or carbon can be accumulated, and reasoning from that how much the added value and benefit for smallholder farms is. So I think first point is that there should be a good, well-developed agroforestry system in place that is well suited to the local context and that provides a lot of services, and carbon finance could potentially be of added value and benefit for local communities and smallholders.
Okay, I will try to answer based on our case, Pak John. Yes, for us, the new national regulation on nilai ekonomi karbon, ya Pak, is also, as Pak mentioned, is very challenging, especially for us who are working outside forest zone area. And well, since we need to register to the FLM, we don't have a choice to, what type of land use that we can register, because it's not there. It's not hutan adat. It's not hutan rakyat. Yeah, it's not incorporated in social forestry. So that's, yeah, for us that's a challenge also. And yeah, for now on with the Plan Vivo certification, we try to fulfill all the project design that approved by Plan Vivo, and we just follow all the method to get the verified and certified smallholder carbon credit. Yeah, I think that's all about it for me.
Okay, so to be fair, I think we have to give the opportunity to the online participant. The questions are already here, so the questions are to Pak Hery. So please, maybe you can speed up, yeah, quick answers. Basically, which products are we talking about in the point of lack of market uptake? That's one, and the second one is the requirements to reach silver category and what kind of roles that farmers can play for that to reach that silver category in the social forestry.
Yeah, I think there are some products we focus on this study: cocoa, coffee, rubber, and also spices. And all the commodity, I think, already in the market. So there's no market problem actually, except rubber. Since last couple of years, I think the rubber prices collapsed, and this is becoming really, really challenging for the community who work with the rubber agroforestry, such as some people, some local people in West Carolina. So rubber, I think, now is becoming sunset, people say, especially in Indonesia. I don't know, in another country, probably Jinke can have some super. And then yeah, silver category this is the requirement that policy address to agroforestry to involve in social forestry. Actually, refer to Pak Bambang, Pak DG, it's more than, I think more than 20% of social forestry is already in silver category. They already developed the business unit, they already formulate the business plan, and also they already identified some commodity to trade. So if agroforestry is incorporated in social forestry programs and classified as a silver business, silver business or silver social forestry business, they can actually involve in carbon market. But still, there are still some challenging I already mentioned before. But I think it's still a long way to go to get this opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, I think about the presence of market. I think the key characteristic of agroforestry is that we always deal with more than one product. So you always have, you may have a main product, but there are also other products that can be used for subsistence, but can also be placed on the market. And especially those niche products and bringing those on the markets and getting sufficient volume and finding a buyer for that, I think that is also an interesting, yeah, something to explore. If you can buy the coffee, but also there may be other products involved around it, and to explore whether niche markets can be developed for also those alternative products.
Okay, thank you very much for the three speakers. I think so we should wrap up because we have to move on to the next session. The next session will be a breakout, a group work, and for online participants, I suppose you are already sitting in the right group. So just look at your name tag, and then there is a group number there. And each group will be led and will be facilitated by one facilitator. Yeah, so I think the facilitators will explain will go through the process themselves. So I think yeah, let's give applause to our speakers now and move on to the next session. Okay, so yeah, please Mbak Elok for group 2, Ibu Kurniatun Hairiyah for Elok for group 1, and Bu Kurniatun for group 2, Lisa for group 4, and Pak Ali for group 3. Yeah, so thank you very much and have a good discussion.
So I will put you in the groups. We will make 4 online breakout groups. You will be automatically redirected to the groups, so you don't need to do anything. If you have trouble finding your group, just let me know. Karina will put a Google Drive in in the chat.
Yeah.
That Google Drive then will be used to place some notes. I think Karina would like to say something about that. In the meantime, I will make the groups quickly.
Yes. So Louis will make the breakout groups. I just put a Google document in the main chat. I will also put that document in the chat of the breakout rooms, just to be sure you have it. We would like to ask everyone to answer the 3 questions that are visible in the Google Google document. Please focus on those questions. There's also a table where you can put the answers, and we ask everyone to appoint 1 note taker in every group and to moderate the discussion yourself. Louis and I will go from one breakout group to another to give some further instructions if you need it. So please go ahead. Louis?
Yeah, I will open the rooms for 28 minutes, and I will broadcast messages when you need to be going to the next question. So probably we'll have 8-9 minutes per question. I will open it now, and you should be getting to your group now. I think something will pop up in your screens. Yeah, I see that. See that everyone is going. I think Marisa, Alice, and Derek still here. Karina, now we can walk around in the different groups. If you click on the you know how to do that, right?
Yes, I will go to 1 now.
Yeah, so we need to let them know that they are in the group 1 because sometimes they might not be able to do that, and copy paste the links.
I think there's currently a short break, so if everyone wants to get a coffee or anything, please go ahead. Yes, I see in the audience that everyone is having a break. So please get your coffee.
let's start the session, the next session. But before that, I will just go through quickly to the results of the group discussions that you just performed this afternoon. I think the organizer will also present it in written on the screen. Let me just run through some of the important results. Yeah, due to limited times, I think basically I heard or we heard some sort of agreements to the question 1 and question 2. But of course, there are also some additional points or modification to the statements because of some context. So I think we just have to, yeah, we will summarize them and then put them into the recommendation. But I think I would like to just go through the steps or the important steps that the audience or the groups think that need to be taken in the short term or immediate actions. So like for group 1, which is led by Ibu Elok, the 3 important things are collaboration and mapping of agroforestry projects and commodities, and then capacity building that includes stronger identity of farmers to handle agroforestry and all related things, and also financing and market matching. And then for group 2, which is led by Ibu Kurniatun, basically awareness is important to show awareness raising on various types of agroforestry. And then conducting pilot projects, including farmer field school, and then also developing curriculum for regular schools education, and also establishing agroforestry in various ecoregions. So acknowledging that there are different types of ecoregions, dry and wetland. So agroforestry also needs to be developed in those areas. And then from group 3, which is led by Pak Aliansyah, basically developing multi-stakeholder partnership, connecting the dots, meaning that developing an integrated approach, recognizing some of the important points, but then also connecting them. And then thinking like local people or farmer, put our shoes in local farmer shoes. And group 4, led by Ibu Lisa, basically the solutions for short term is developing integrated business models which emphasize value chain, like farmers, off-takers, and also financial institutions. And there is also a requirement of stakeholder mapping and also institutional strengthening, especially in reference to the new regulation, Perpres number 28 on integrated area development for social forestry. And also from online participants, there are 3 groups led by Luis and Karina. So the recommendation here, the short-term solution is guarantee of offtake by securing markets, and then streamline the use of technology among farmer groups, build collaboration between researchers, farmers, cooperative market players, and also develop a faster information exchange on market, etc. And then another group 6 led by Karina. So yeah, agroforestry, I think these are more as barriers. So not enough research and proof that the agroforestry can solve existing issues. So I suppose the solution also needs to be in that area. And then education and training, and also yeah, agroforestry often focuses on timber trees, and then farmers are not interested or lack of knowledge on that, because it also refers to the period, the it takes too long to harvest. And the last group is from led by Luis also. Yeah, again, these are more as barriers. Land tenure is the barrier, and then lack of ownership by farmers, and yeah, the lack of information about carbon credit scheme and how it can be used for as an addition to income. Okay, I think that's the results of the discussions. I think we will try to formalize them in a better way, given more time post-workshop. So that's the end of the first session. I think I'm going to give the chair now to Jinke, who will be leading the second session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pratik. Yes, I hope you still have enough energy for the second session. We are a bit tight in time, but I hope we still have sufficient time to discuss the topic of the second session, and this is focusing on collaboration, learning, and exchange. So what can we identify as key learning needs, and is there potential for a community of practice? What we are thinking of is if we can identify, for example, some learning topics for next year to exchange on together, and that it could also be potentially first steps towards building a community of practice of real practitioners. For this session, I would first like to invite to the stage Juanita, Marcia from Forestwise, Pak Meine, and Pak Edi. Welcome. So learning and exchange has been identified as quite an important topic in our report, but also when we asked our the participants what they want to get out of the workshop, we also received a lot of inputs around getting the latest updates and developments on agroforestry, networking, sharing experiences, learning from different stakeholders, and so on. So we think it is an important topic for all of us, and we will focus on this in the second session. But first we will ask two persons who work in the field in practice to share their learning needs. First, Juanita from you are first, yes. She's supply chain economist at Verstegen. It is a company based in the Netherlands, importing herbs and spices from different countries, amongst others in Indonesia. And Verstegen is also quite active in promoting agroforestry in Indonesia. So, yes, you're welcome to give you the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Jinke, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yayang Sunita from Verstegen Spices and Sauce TV. In this session, I'm going to share briefly about what we have been doing so far to promote and support smallholder farmers in transitioning into agroforestry system. So this, yeah. So the starting point of our agroforestry projects comes from our internal regenerative agriculture standards. So we have these standards within Verstegen. And then the main goals of our agroforestry projects are to make 20% of spices products meet these regenerative agriculture standards by 2025.
And we also would like to source 100% of spice products from the climate smart agriculture and agroforestry trained farmers by 2035. Next, please. So in Indonesia, we have 3 projects, which 2 of them are focusing on pepper commodities, and another one is on cassia, which was presented by our partner, Bambang before, if you still remember. And then next, we started our agroforestry project in Bangka Belitung province in 2018, where we established 1 hectare of pepper agroforestry demo plot. And then in 2021, we decided to scale up the project by setting up 1/2 hectare of pepper agroforestry demo farm with 30 farmers that we have selected. And then we continue the effort on promoting agroforestry by initiating new project. We call it Agroforest project by the end of 2022, and then continue up until now, which we target to have 2,300 farmers onboarded in the transformation into agroforestry system in 2025. Next, please. So in order to make changes in farmer levels, we provide on-farm and off-farm supports to farmers. We incentivize farmers who join our program and sell desired pepper quality to us with a premium price. This is something that we try to encourage farmers to keep on planting pepper, especially in the agroforestry system. We also provide farmers with training and also support on purchasing planting materials and inputs. And then for financial supports, we try to connect farmers with financial institutions like Rabobank, so they can get a soft loans for managing their pepper plantations. Next slide. Yeah, in the previous project, we have trained and also guided our farmers, 30 farmers, we call them champion farmers, to transform their monoculture pepper plantation into the agroforestry plot that resulted in 28,448 trees planted in their plantation and 32,590 non-tree plants planted in 15 hectares land in total. We also conducted training in our established demo plot, so we show them the showcase and do the training there. And now in this project, in the agroforest projects, we also already train our facilitators, 10 of them, and also develop curriculum and training modules on farmer field school as a preparation for our upcoming training with farmers using the farmer field school approach. We also will work in Lampung, but it's still a new phase, and then we will do more activities in the coming year. Next, please. Yeah, this is the most important part, I think, from all the slides that I've been presenting to you. So based on our project implementation, we identified 3 main challenges. The first one, especially if we are trying to promote farmers to adopt the agroforestry system, the first one is it is high in cost and investment. Yeah, for purchasing planting materials, inputs, and also for managing the complex system. This is something that we ask to farmers, and then they come up to us with these findings. The second one is about the complex system that it is really labor intensive. So it requires skillful farmers to be able to manage and also address the complex challenges that arise in the system. For example, if they have pest and disease and also the soil health management. Although we had trained them on agroforestry practices and also guided them throughout the project, it's still quite difficult for farmers to keep up with the complex farming activities because they simply not used to it. In our case, in pepper, yeah, because it was monoculture. They normally just let it grow without any intervention, like no irrigation. They just hope for the rain, something like that. So we need a lot of effort to be able to make them keep up with the all the farming activities. For example, pruning and everything. And the last one, we found that there is an uncertainty of income due to the reduction of target commodity by 30% or even more. That which increases the pressure on farmers to transform into other commodities. And the last one, the last slide. So from that challenges, we aware that developing a viable economic modeling for various agroforestry commodities across Indonesia would help in navigating our strategy for farmers to be able to adopt the agroforestry system. We also look for session where we can exchange the knowledge and also sharing session on how we can reduce the labor cost and also manage the labor effectively, because perhaps any of you here already also have the same challenge and already know how to address it. So through that kind of activity sharing session, we can get insight that we can apply. And then the last one, we hope that we can get recommendations from the expert like all of you here on how we can design a profitable and also sustainable agroforestry system for Indonesian context, so we can optimize the adoption on farmers level in the future. So that's all from our side. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think that was very insightful, and we very much appreciate that you share these challenges, but also clearly the need for learning and exchange. Thank you for that. I also would like to give the floor now to Marcia Adivari Farida. She is the project manager at Forestwise. Forestwise is also working on agroforestry, especially in Kalimantan. Yeah, great if you can also share your experiences, challenges, and needs for learning and exchange. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jinke. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Marcia from Forestwise. It was great for us actually to be able to share what we are doing in the rainforest and what we are doing in the community. So first of all, I would like to introduce our company. So we are Forestwise. We are a social environmental company who aim to stop deforestation by creating rainforest value. We develop market for rainforest product, so we can empower the local community and preserve the remaining forest. The first slide, please, Mas. Yeah. So next. So our company was founded by two Dutchmen, Mr. Dekian Otshoorn and Theo Smits in 2018 in the Netherlands. And in 2020, we built our own factory in Sintang, West Kalimantan. So this is our factory, like literally in the middle of forest. And this is our team. Until now, we have 20 local talent who work together with us. And for your info, 3 weeks ago, we just celebrated our 5th anniversary. Next. So what we are doing actually based on the fact that Kalimantan is a home of 6% of biodiversity, and it covers 1% of Earth's surface. So it is true biodiversity hotspot. Unfortunately, and if you know, maybe you already know, the size of the Netherlands is 18 times compared to the size of the Holland. So it is really big biodiversity hotspot. Next. And unfortunately, in the last 50 years, 60% of the rainforest in Borneo has been destroyed, and it is equivalent with 10 times of the size of the Netherlands. Next. And of course, resulted 60% of the biodiversity there reduced, like bird, reptiles, and mammals, including orangutan. And it is caused by many things like illegal logging, land clearing, mining, and monoculture plantation. And we have to realize that currently Indonesian rainforests are heavy under pressure because of those kind of factors. So it is not only affected the biodiversity in the forest, but also affected the origin community there, Dayak people. Because for the Dayak people, rainforest is like a supermarket where they can find their basic life and livelihood. Next. So what we are really need to do is we really need to stop deforestation, and what we are doing is by creating a rainforest value, we make it more valuable, we make it more profitable, so we can empower the local community and keep the forest standing. This is just an illustration where we believe that the same size of the land, the rainforest can bring the double turnover compared to the monocultural plantations, because rainforests provide us more product, which is more yield, and then more risk spread, because we don't depend on the single crops only, and indeed more food security there. And what Forest was doing with the local community is we are trying to promote a rainforest product. We create a value, we make it more profitable, so it can bring a good impact to increase the economic in the area and also to preserve the wild forest. The point is, the more rainforest product we can sell, the more local community we can empower, and the more wild forest we can preserve. And if you see in this picture, these are the rainforest product that currently we are trying to promote. And our hero product is Ilipi butter. So Ilipi butter is come from the Shorea stenoptera tree, or in native language, we call it tangkawang. Maybe for Kalimantan people, it is really familiar product, right? So it is the exotic and authentic rainforest product from Borneo, because abundantly available in Borneo and maybe small in Sumatra. And of course, the Ilipi tree, Ilipi butter, can help us to stop deforestation. So together with the local community, we are Forest was collecting the Ilipi nut from the rainforest. We don't have our own land. We just collected the Ilipi nut from the authentic forest. So next. In the harvest season, for example, the farmer are going to the forest. They collect the Ilipi nut, wild harvested and hand collected, and we are processing the nut into the butter, and all the process are going natural, traceable, no chemical at all, and using very simple machinery. So the high quality Ilipi nut is sold to the forest wise, to our company, and because we are fair for life and fair trade certified, we buy the Ilipi nut from the farmer with a very competitive price. And in our factory, we process the nut into the butter, and we call it the crude Ilipi butter. And we sell our butter actually in the cosmetic area currently. Like we have some distributors in Europe, America, Australia, and Asia. We also sell it directly to the big cosmetic companies such as Lush and M.Sc. And we aim to enter a new market like food, because Ilipi butter is very beneficial, especially for the confectionery product like chocolate, ice cream, and so on. And maybe good to mention that we are organic, fair for life, halal, and Cosmos certified. So it is ready to use for various industry actually. Next. And by commercializing the Ilipi butter, until this date, we have more than 100 local farmers partner, which has impacted to more than 2,000 families in the area. We also increase their income. We also have preserved the rainforest, about 63,000 hectares rainforest in the West Kalimantan. And we have a 6 agreement with the villages for forest protection. So villages help us to keep the Ilipi tree standing and help us to keep the environment or the forest. Next. And this is the study what we are doing. We want to know how Ilipi butter impacted the family's life, especially in the economic side. And we found that only 2 months collecting the Ilipi nut, the farmer can get the income, which is equivalent with their annual or yearly income. So this is very potential product, not only for the forest, not only for the environment, but also to increase economic growth in the area. And besides commercializing the rainforest product, we also doing some activity with the local community under our foundation. We call it Yayasan Rimba Raya Abadi. So we gave them education about the farm model to be able to promote the regenerative agroforestry within the community. We also built our training center so the community can learn about the agroforestry and all the things related to the forestry in our center. We also nurturing and planting the ilipi tree, especially in the area where the ilipi tree not abundantly available. And we joined Social Act in Sintang Flood in 2021. And of course, we aim to increase our impact. And what we are going to do is first, we want to have a product diversification. We agree that we cannot depend only ilipi butter only because it is harvested once within 2 and 3 months. So to be able to give a stable income for our farmer, we want to promote more other rainforest products such as arenga sugar and natural latex, which is abundantly available also in West Kalimantan. And we want to enter a new market like food and latex. And I think our rainforest value model is give a positive impact for the environment and the community. So we want to duplicate this model to other organization or company that have the same mission with us. And also we want to help our farmer register their forest protection area so they can have a security or they can secure collecting the product in the forest area. We also want to produce our own finished cosmetic products such as soap, lip balm, and any other cosmetic product. And we also want to obtain carbon neutral certification. Next. And yeah, by scaling up, we aim to grow our impact, not only for the community, for our farmer, for the Dayak people, but also for the rainforest. Because as you know, rainforest can bring us more opportunity, more benefit in economic side, in social side, and maybe in cultural side. So this is what we are going to do in the next 2 years. We want to increase our farmers partner. We want to increase their income through the ilipi and other products. We want to also increase our agreement with other villages in the West Kalimantan and even in Kalimantan Island. And we want to open a job opportunity more for the local talent. And of course, we are trying to achieve the SDGs, or we want to contribute to the SDGs. Next. And maybe to finish my presentation, I would like to invite you to hear a sound. Have you ever heard of palm plantation, maybe? Okay, let's listen together. Yeah, what did you hear? Maybe a wind sound, right? Okay, next, Mas. Next slide, then. Yeah, and please be ready for the rainforest. Okay. So actually, I would like to invite you to compare the sound of the palm plantation, which is maybe only wind sound, compared to the rainforest sound. So there's a bird sound, mammal sound, and so on. So yeah, I just want to invite you to hear that sound. So yeah, in the forest life, we do believe that every generation has their own right to get a benefit from the rainforest, but we cannot do it together. I think together we can make Borneo green again. And yeah, that's all from me. Thank you for the attention, and do not forget to be forest wise. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. And maybe if I can ask you one final question, if you have all those great ambitions, is there one or two points that you can pinpoint to say this is where we would like to collaborate on or to learn from other organizations?
Maybe what we are going to do together with any stakeholder is like I said, we cannot work by ourselves. We aim to get protect more forests. So it is always great to find any other partner that can work together with us to stop deforestation, to preserve the rainforest by creating rainforest value. Because in a rainforest in Indonesia, there are so many potential products, not only non-timber, but also any other product. So yeah, we would like to invite all the stakeholders to work together. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, I think the financing is the main point actually, because the investment in this area is not small. So yeah, it is always great actually to get some collaboration in terms of financing to reach the goal.
Thank you. That's very, so it's really looking for other partners and options for financing. Great. Yes. We are a bit tight in time, but I would like to ask you if there's one question, or maybe we would like to give a reaction or a comment on the presentations that were given. Please raise your hands. I will run to you. My name is Kiki from Progressive Foundation. That's NGO. I focus on Sapi and Kokometer. My question is for the rainforest wife. Because it was shocking that you have factory in the middle of forest and you are sourcing from the forest. How do you maintain the legality of your product, and then how you make sure that you maintain the sustainability? And it is very sensitive that it is in the forest, in the middle of forest. This is rainforest. What kind of forest is this? So it should be legal. What kind of legality that you have? How you maintain the sustainability of your operation? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Of course, we are a legal entity, but we have our we are in Indonesian entity. We are PT, Perseroan Terbatas. So we have all the legal administration and legal certification in terms of the business. And in terms of collection activity, we work together with the local community, with the Dayak people. And there is a type actually for the forest area, like state forest, hutan adat, and private land, and so on. So we work with the local community, with the masyarakat masyarakat adat, to maintain the legality. So that's the collection activity. And from the production activity, we also have so many certifications. In raw material, for example, we have, like I mentioned, we have an organic certification, we have Fair for Life, and we have halal certification. And to produce end product, we also have like CPKB, or izin produksi, and also izin edar, distribution permit. So I think I can say we are we are following the Indonesian rule and policy, and all the certification in terms of business, in terms of the collection activity, and in terms of the business operation. I think we are complete. That's the first question. And the second question is? how we maintain the sustainability.
Yeah. Also, my first question, I know that you are a FPT, but this is in the forest. This is in the middle of forest. It is very sensitive. So this is a forest product that you are saying. But I think you have mentioned that there are many kinds of types of forest, and that this is legal. Like they have social forestry and so on the product that you are sourcing. My second question is that because you are sourcing from the forest, how do you make sure that you maintain the sustainability of the forest so you don't disturb the forest ecosystem?
Yeah, like I said, we don't have our own land. We collect our product from the rainforest. So how to make it sustainable? We don't depend with a single product only. So if you see the picture, we don't only produce the ilipi butter, but we also promote other forest product like arenga sugar, kukui nut oil, for example, natural latex. So those kind of things that we currently doing in order to make the sustainability not only for the environment but also for the farmers' income. So we don't depend on a single crops only. We don't collect only ilipi butter all season long, no, but we are trying to collect any other potential product that abundantly available in the area without harming the land, without cutting the tree, without destruct the forest. That's we are trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Before we go to the plenary discussion and we talk about the potential for a community of practice and potential learning topics, I would first like to give the floor to first Pak Meine and Pak Hery. Pak Meine has been working with ICRAF already since 1993 in Indonesia in various roles. Currently, he's a distinguished senior fellow and also professor emeritus at the Wageningen University. Meine will first go into the question on how a community of practice can potentially contribute to learning exchange and overcome the challenges towards scaling of agroforestry. And following that, Pak Hery, our director of Tropenbos Indonesia, will give a short presentation about the outlook for learning topics, identification of priorities, and the potential role of a community of practice. But first, let me give the floor. You have the microphone. Yes, to Pak Meine.
Thank you. And I stand up if you don't mind. Yeah, you have the slide here. Yes, so thanks for inviting me. Chance to say something. I first checked on this community of practice.
Yeah, I think this is the because we're using the Google Docs. We are using the Google Docs. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we hear this term community of practice. Now, if you look on that, the term is used quite a lot. It has different properties. I think three important properties stand out as what would make the community of practice useful. First of all, it does need some sense of shared goals, of complementarity, of the sense that we need each other. We can't do everything alone. It does complementarity in skills, complementarity in partners, complementarity in funding. Yeah, so those are.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So that's an important part. Are we here a community of practice, or could we become a community of practice? And if so, what would be the right level of defining it? The second point I think is important for how to make it function with this concept of safe spaces. Yeah, we many partners meet in the markets, meet in society in many different roles, and you may be competing each other, and you may challenge each other for what is legal, what is illegal, etc. But a community of practice would be a place that there would be a safe space to discuss that. So we can actually delve deeper, explore more deeper in what do we mean by it. And we don't feel threatened by a question like that. You know, that is a good point. So are we creating that safe space where we can make things happen? Is there a role for facilitation, and is there a role towards communication towards wider public out there? And then I think an important, so that's an important part, and in that sense, I would like to go with my no, the question is then how do you define a community of practice? And I think we have quite a few people in the audience here who would all think sorry, Nigma, we like eating durian. So are we a community of practice of eating durian? Maybe not, because we want to eat durian, but where is the durian produced? So we need to include not only the eating durian, but also the trees on which the fruits are growing. So the community of practice cannot be defined by those who like to eat durian, but it has to be including the trees where the durian fruit is produced. But the durian fruit is not standing alone. It needs a tree for which it hangs, and which it grows. And that's not enough. That's the background part. There needs to be a soil and land which the water soil is kept before the durian grows. So what is our community of practice? Is it starting from the soil, from the deep work and the basic resources that we have there, towards the roots, towards the stems, towards the branches, the roots, and whatever, up to the full market chain, towards the consumer of durian or not? Or do we say, no, durian cannot, there are very few orchards with only a durian. Durian has to be part of a mixed fruit orchard. And the community of practice should be about fruit eating. No, but fruit agroforestry, we didn't hear much about it at all today here. But it's only one of the forms, and there has to be timber agroforestry and other things as well. So how do we define a community of practice in agroforestry? Where are there boundaries? And if so, where would these boundaries be, and how would they be functional? Yeah, and I think, yeah, that's sort of some food for thought. Maybe in the next steps, if we want to discuss, do we want a community of practice around agroforestry here or not? Then, in practice, a lot of the functioning of community of practice, of course, depends on what day jobs do people have. What is their own, who is paying them for doing what? Yeah, and people are interested in being part of a community of practice as long as it complements, as long as it matches with their targets in their own day jobs, and as long as it's complementary. I think those are things to consider in the discussion. What do we think a community of practice around agroforestry in Indonesia could be and should be? Yeah, the next slide, please. Now, of course, for Hery, of course, one of the most famous communities of practice is the Ponto Rejo, the Otoseno, and the Gatot Kaca community of practice, and they're all one family. But we've seen the evolution of understanding agroforestry from a plot level thing, which is about below ground and roots and bottom up stuff and Ponto Rejo, towards an understanding of agroforestry as a landscape level thing where water flows and the important part, and we have the Otoseno part, towards the policy perspective that we have agriculture policies, we have forestry policies, and in between, somehow squeezed, we have no policies for agroforestry because we don't want to define agroforestry as being separate from forest or separate from agriculture. We want to mix it. So we have this perspective on functional roles and what type of agroforestry are we talking about. It seems we are so far focused on the marketing side of agroforestry products. But there is, of course, the landscape concern around water, and there is the global concern, and there is the overarching concern of policy frameworks that so far don't have space for agroforestry. Yeah, next one. So there are and there have been several communities of practice around agroforestry in Indonesia so far, and an important one has been all the networks around agroforestry education, where universities in Indonesia came together already 30 years ago and realized that there is no agroforestry education formally in Indonesia, and we need, and that's part of the problem. It is in the Ministry of Education, etc. But there is the Southeast Asian Network of Agroforestry Education. There's the Indonesian Network of Agroforestry Education. They've just invested quite a lot in a number of books that review what have we learned about different types of agroforestry. I think we need to connect with that. There's also the MAFI. We also joked with them, they are actually mafia, but there is the Masyarakat Agroforestry Indonesia. It was mostly formed around the people within forestry research want to look at agroforestry. So where do we stand relative to those existing networks? Next one, please. Now, there is a small community of practice that I'm part of in Wageningen that is developing games as new ways of communicating between farmers and people in the landscape, researchers, etc. This is a game just published. In the game, people are asked to put different things, put pieces of plastic that look like trees in different places, and ask them, why would you want to do this, and you remove this, you remove that, etc. So that's some new stuff coming on the education side, and some tools that I think can be valuable for many of the people out here in their work. So that's we could connect with a community of practice like that. Next one, please. Yeah, there's actually two recent PhDs that got their degree 3 weeks ago in Wageningen. One is above ground and one is below ground. Danny and Rika, they worked at coffee and cacao agroforestry. One from the perspective of the diversity management and the consequences of that and the claims, and the other from the perspective of the soil and the below ground and the resilience and everything around that. So yeah, there is an academic research community on agroforestry that connects globally in the International Society of Agroforestry. There's the European Agroforestry Network, etc. So on the more research side, there are a number of things there that can connect with, and if we want to set up something new here, I think we would want to know how do we relate to what exists. Next one. Yeah, then an important one, I think, is that there has been a considerable discussion within the ASEAN, so the network of Indonesia. So the ASEAN agroforestry policy was endorsed by the ministry in ASEAN. There had been 2 years ago an update on that with FAO Bangkok on that front, and I would stimulate people to look at that. But that is sort of similar to the quick scan we had here for Indonesia, that for a more quite deeper dive in what goes on within all ASEAN countries and where can we learn. There is some high-level policy support coming out of that, and I think we need to make use of it where we can. Yeah. And finally, I think we've seen a lot of discussion about what is the ultimate point in, what is the ultimate hurdle, what is the ultimate driver of it. And I think the way perspective we developed with the NICRAF over time is, yeah, there is, in the end, you can click a few more times, and there is, it looks like a flower. Yeah. And you can say that, no, it is all about rights. And Gamma and Rekov would say, no, everything is about rights. And if farmers have the rights, they will do the right thing. The other people say, no, it's all about knowledge. And we need to link the local knowledge with the scientific knowledge and new technology. And if we have technology, then everything will come. But the third group will say, no, it's all about the markets. And if there is no off-takers and there's no market value chain, then nothing will work. But another group, they say, no, it is actually about environmental issues and the concerns about the water flows, and if we don't have trees on the slope, So it is about no, it's all about carbon, Johan. It is all about carbon and opportunities we have there and biodiversity. So, and of course, all of those 5 are right and all of those 5 are wrong. Because the ultimate thing is the identity. Are people farmers? Are they foresters? Are they agroforesters? The petani in Indonesia, they have to grow rice, otherwise they are not farmers. How do we think about the identity of people? And the identity of many farmers is about diversity and not wanting to do one thing alone. And yet most of the policies we hear about, yeah, but unless you do 1 or 2 things, you can't benefit from that. So the ultimate thing is, what is that core identity? And of course, in your yeah, you have people still have diversity as their identity. And we need to strengthen that unless we won't get it. Yeah, a few more please. So we can, yeah, the whole ecosystem that we talk about in our agroforestry is to find a balance between all the different aspects. And where do we want to position? And yeah, a few more clicks, please. A few more. Yeah. So how do we see that as a theory of change? And then the next one, please. Yeah. So what are we talking about? Are we talking here about one community of practice that would bring all these things together? Or do we need a nesting? There's a community of practice. Yes, all the people talk about rights. That's a community of practice. All the people are knowledge is a community of practice on education. All of them on the market is one group. And we need to have something overarching that brings it together. Where do we want to position this new effort out here? That's my question to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pakman. This is very insightful. Yeah. I first give the floor to Pak Erik and then we move towards the discussion.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Tropenbos Indonesia. I want to tell you, I want to explain about our next year progress, next year planning for 2024 onward. Yeah. We start with the next. Yeah. First is what we do as Tropenbos Indonesia in 2024 onward. Maybe this can inspire you. Yeah. First is develop integrated landscape planning to protect forest and agroforest, protect traditional agroforestry in APL area. We conduct PM. PM is partial mapping, include partial land use planning. In partial land use planning, in every village, we make a kind of awareness how to maintain agroforestry in the steep slope, how to maintain agroforestry in the riparian area. And after that, after community committed, we make a kind of village regulation. And from the village regulation and the combined regulation will be what we call as integrated landscape planning to protect forest and agroforest. And also how to protect traditional agroforestry in APL area. There are like Tembawang. Tembawang is most of them is in APL area, in non-state forest, in outside forest zone. How to protect this? Otherwise, it will be converted into large-scale urban plantation or small-scale urban plantation. How to protect this one? So to protect this one, we make awareness to the local community, and now that we make a perdes or field regulation and up to the spatial planning. This is the first one. The second one. Certain forest and farm producer organization and business management to improve agroforestry product value chain. This is our case is in Ketapang. We work in Ketapang and Kayong Utara, West Kalimantan. In Ketapang there is a kind of landscape we call it Simpang Dua. In Simpang Dua there is a kind of rubber agroforestry. And rubber agroforestry is declining at the expense of oil palm plantation. But we try to maintain this one by developing UPPB. UPPB is what we call is collective rubber processing and marketing. We do it with this one and to direct access to UPPB to middleman, but also to end buyer or to off-taker in Pontianak. So by doing this one, community has a kind of benefit to sell directly from field to UPB to middle not to off-taker in West in Pontianak. Yeah. Develop integrated area development EAD to synergize multi-stakeholder action improve our product. This EAD is what the same with talked by Pak Bambang. EAD is a kind of new program to integrate to increase development in social forestry area by connecting actor EAD. Yeah. And for protect existing agroforestry land use instead forest. Yeah, because of we work also in forest zone. In forest zone there are kind of pressure from oil palm plantation. So we facilitate people in the forest zone to submit their social forestry area like HD, Red Forest, HKM, community forestry. So after forest zone will become social forestry, it is not until there is 35 years permanent land use, it will be difficult to change to oil palm plantation. Next. Capacity local community to process NTFP, non-timber forest product. Yeah. We start with Pangim Edule, what we call as Kepahyam or Kluak. We collect from the forest and we send to forest wise. No. This is the first step. This is the start. Also, we also capacitate what we call is weaver, traditional weaver with make bamboo and also rattan as craftsmanship. We also sell this one to middle to Pontianak, so they can get incentive to work as a craftsmanship. Yeah. Link field forest management unit to RACP. RACP is remediation and compensation procedure. Remediation compensation procedure is RCPO scheme to make compensation to those company who already cut their HCV area, and we already success to link RACP from 4 village forest in Ketapang to get 25 years funding from Rimbah Collective, and we will also replicate to other area, other forest area to get Rimbah Collective for 25 years funding. This is quite good funding from Rimbah Collective. And that restore and degrade forest within village forest, and we restore the village forest through agroforestry approach. And the last one, connecting actor to activate community, connecting actor to activate what we call is COC. COC is community of practice. COP, community of practice. This is the one experience from FKKM. Yeah. FKKM is Community Forestry Communication Forum, established in 1997. This is a kind of multi-social platform who raise what we call as inclusive knowledge management. By using FKKM, it can inspire government now to develop what we call as social forestry. In 1997, we don't know social forestry, but now we know social forestry. But because of FKKM, FKKM is a forum komunikasi hutan masyarakat who raise inclusive knowledge management until policy dialogue, until regulation. And now we can see that social forestry is quite developed. We have to follow this. And our COC, COP, community of practice, it can promoting best practice, agroforestry and landscape and national level, make agroforestry become inclusive issue, policy dialogue, and also improve the value chain of agroforestry product. We have so many kind of benefit to the community of practice or multi-server platform. Continue. And this is our problem now. Knowledge management on agroforestry is still exclusive and sectoral. We have to make inclusive and multi-stakeholder. We know publication only for risk organization, but not linking from risk organization to for instance, is to off-taker, to company, to financial institution. There is no link. So this is exclusive. Yeah. So we make it to inclusive knowledge management to make the collaboration, exchange knowledge, and also transfer of knowledge. Yeah. And continue. And this is some learning we can share. Person climate adaptation, mitigation, carbon market potential, etc. This is just a field of we can share learning. Next. And we also to kind of partnership with Netherlands Embassy, or with Netherlands, for instance, partnership between community, with Forestwise, community, with Verstegen, to improve the value chain and to also to improve market development from the smallholder. Continue. And this is our created with our community of practice. For instance, to make agroforestry more inclusive, we need to extract existing knowledge, management, and practical experience in agroforestry and use the material for policy dialogue, agroforestry development, etc. So we have to extract the knowledge we have to share and also to exchange. And also for policy dialogue, we need to link between Ministry of Environment, Forestry, and Ministry of Agriculture. We have to link this one. Without this one, we cannot develop what we call as policy dialogue with harmonize and using fragmentation, harmonization to unite existing fragmentation of knowledge management. And for improve value chain, we need to demonstration pilot. Next. So this is what I our propose. First is promote at national and national level, develop inclusive knowledge management, develop partnership and policy dialogue. This one is maybe is we can scale up agroforestry. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Pak Mijn and Pak Hery. I think we heard quite a lot of interesting insights about how a community of practice could look like and about learning topics. What I flagged here is the complementarity of people participating in the community of practice, inclusiveness, important to build on different perspectives, to have clarification on the scope and the role of the community of practice, so where to position yourself, but also that the community of practice could contribute to sharing best practices, knowledge exchange, and even could contribute to policy dialogue, and could serve inclusive knowledge management. So I think that was very insightful. I want to move towards the second discussion now. We have it a plenary discussion. We don't have so much time for the second plenary discussion, but we would like to focus on priorities for learning topics and potential relevance or interest in a community of practice. And here we will use the Mentimeter again. So that's the QR code on the leaflets. And there you will find two different, for the first time, two questions. The first one is what learning topics could be a first priority to potentially address in a learning event, for example, in 2024. We are thinking about organizing various learning events, so what could be a priority? We also collect here one option for other. If you have that, then you can also further specify that in the second question. So please take a little bit of time.
For the online participants, both the QR code and the link are in the chat. You can find them in the chat.
So some first answers are answering. So far, So moving a little bit, the two stand out. Oh, that's miscomposition. Least on topics now, the practice of agroforestry and followed by economic and social impact and the carbon market potential. I think it's no longer moving. Best practice of agroforestry. Can I ask someone, is there someone who gave that a priority? There's someone in the room. There should be someone. And there's one person who said other. Exploring the connection between agroforestry and market access with international markets. Agroforestry for peatland restoration, carbon market comes there back also. Farmers' capacity building. Yes, so I think the sharing the best practices, and I think then also the lessons learned stood out. Also the carbon market, and I think also information about markets, about our economic and social impact. Is there someone in the room who wants to give a response on that? Maybe some of the panelists. To further clarify it. No further reactions? Asha, can I maybe ask you, do you recognize some of those items? Yeah, if you look at the topics, do you recognize some of the topics that are marked, that they are also a priority for you?
Yeah, I think the top three are also priority for me. The best practice of agroforestry, of course, we need it to for our learning, so we can learn from any other partner, stakeholder, or trainer for agroforestry practices. So yeah, I think this is important. The second is carbon market potential, and this is also very interesting because from this topic, maybe we can learn how to make agroforestry more appealing and more people get more interest in agroforestry because there is a potential market for carbon in that area. And also, beside economic, we also need to see the social impact for the balancing. So I think for me personally, those top three are a good priority to learn more.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and a question I have about carbon market potential, because that could be linking farmers to the carbon market, but that could also be understanding better about how carbon policies are working, because I understand there are a lot of developments around carbon policies in Indonesia. So I can also mention that the question is related to that.
I don't know if, do you want to reflect on that or someone in the room? Probably it will be both. Yes. I see a finger pointed to you, but you don't seem, don't know if you're very happy with that.
Yeah, it probably related to the Indonesian carbon policy that we just recently released. Well, especially for us who are working, I already mentioned it before, especially the one working outside the forest zone. It's really challenged because it's not incorporated in the policy. While we do this kind of business with this carbon market. So some challenging and confusing also for us. What's next? How we can comply to this because this market is quite potential also in the future. Yes. I think yeah, related to this, all the policy is not for at least for us is not very clear how we can proceed.
Yes, yeah. Also to get a bit understanding about how it works, for whom it works, and about the implementation. Yeah, thank you. Yes.
I just want to add, especially about the carbon market potential. As we know, carbon is another stream revenue for the smallholder, especially. And then everybody knows that the supply and demand is there, and then the investors are also ready. And then, yeah, I agree with my colleagues that think for the learning topic that how we can facilitate or bridging communication with the regulator. This is very important.
So also to bridge on what is ongoing at governmental level and at policy development level with the practitioners in the field. Yes, clear. Yeah. If there are no further comments, then I would like to go to the second question. Is there interest in participating in a community of practice as a learning and exchange platform? And why yes or why not? This is again a Mentimeter question. It's very simple, yes, no, maybe. And then I would also like to ask you to, as Pakmijn also already mentioned, there are already existing networks, mainly focusing on knowledge, research and education. And if that's also a potential point of entrance to strengthen those networks. So maybe if you can all spend a bit of time to ask the second question in Mentimeter again, then we move to the second group. Still moving a little bit.
So most people indicate yes, it is nice to see, but there are also some people who say maybe there are some consideration or some clarifications are needed. So for us, it is, I think, most interesting to hear from the group who mentioned maybe. So I don't know if there are people in the room who can a bit explain this further. Maybe those were participants online, I'm not sure. Yes, so curious to hear more about it.
I think the point has already been made by mine as well. But maybe in terms of we may be all quite busy with our ongoing work, so it will be important to shape it in such a way that it is attractive but also efficient and not too demanding on each of the individual participant in the community practice team. That's something to consider going forward.
Yes, thank you. And if I can maybe add one question, what would make it attractive for you and what won't make it? It's the time you say, but it should also be beneficial for what you are doing.
Yeah, and I think the other considerations of in the flower model, because there's so many different aspects to consider that as well. Whether if there are certain say changes or whatever of the community of practice, people could say, well, I am specifically interested in rights, so that may be less demanding than they say if it's one big overarching community where everything is being sort of considered at the same time. Although of course we all understand that they're all interrelated, but then people can choose whether they would focus on one particular aspect or possibly a number of different topics.
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful. Yeah. There's some other contribution or insights from people that want to contribute on this? If not, I think we can keep it here, also given the time we have. And we move to the final question. What could be additional roles of the community of practice next to learning and exchange? So what could be additional? What could the community of practice in addition do next to sharing knowledge and exchanging knowledge exchange? You have some further ideas on this, then you can put it in a word cloud. Word cloud is again a question in Mentimeter. So this is the final question, and after that we will wrap up with the closing. There are some suggestions, recycling ideas. That sounds a bit ironic. Cooperation, providing memories, collaboration again, strength and role from learning and exchange to be market networking. Also collaboration on marketing and promoting of products, collaboration again. Publication is mentioned. Yeah, so that seems to be more into the direction of collaboration. Also in the direction of value chains and market. Complementarity. Also networking make the agroforestry methods more known. Also, it's taking a role in policy change based on policy analysis, best practices and obstacles. Combining knowledge from research with practice, monitoring. Look at the diversity of different contexts. So there are quite a lot of ideas around that. But we will grasp it and bring it all together. And if there are great suggestions from you, what we could focus on in terms of learning in the next year. But also really interesting food for thought from on the potential for a community of practice and how to take it from there. So that's much appreciated. With that, I would like to close this second plenary discussion. I think we will move to the closing words from Hery. Yes. If you want, you can keep sitting here. We can go to the.
Thank you very much. We come to the final session of this workshop. May I express our great gratitude to all of you who already allocate your time and allocate your resource to come to this place to attend the workshop. And also thank you very much to all facilitator, resource person, and all the crew in Indonesia and Jenderal who make this possible. Yeah, I want to read about the second wrap up, because the wrap up is already mentioned by Mbak Ati, and I will only read the second wrap up. Yeah, first, protecting forest is not only important for forest sustainability, but also economic benefit to the community. Collaboration is needed in the effort to produce some products which raw material come from the forest. So only by protecting forest, the raw material can continue to exist. Example, paper in agroforestry area of the community facilitated by Verstegen, Hery butter product produced by forest wise. The evolution of agroforestry under the evolution of agroforestry understanding toward the policies and community practice around agroforestry in Indonesia. The evolution of agroforestry understanding toward the policies and community practice around agroforestry in Indonesia. And the next step, there should be link between stakeholder, need collaboration, improvement of market to make agroforestry more inclusive by using policy dialogues. In my mind, we have to really develop what we call this community practice. In this case, it's about to activate multi-scale platform. We have already multi-scale platform like what we call MAFI, etc. We have to activate to make inclusive knowledge management. I think this one, and our next step, we will facilitate the activation of the multi-scale platform. We will invite you, and the next step of the meeting, we'll invite you, and we will also discuss what is learning is necessary and what kind of learning extraction we need to serve as a part of inclusive knowledge management. We will do this in the near future, and thank you very much for your coming, and bye, and also see you in the next session. Thank you very much.
Ladies and tolong dinyalain.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have dinner outside. So if you want to pray first, then afterwards you can go for the dinner in front of this room.
For the online participants, thank you very much for your
We have the
presence,
dinner inside
and
this
we will keep you posted about the outcomes.
Oh, ya. Link
Terdaftar nggak?
persen.
Segmen deteksi, ini barangkali nanti Pak Nino saya.
Oh,
Kemarin daftar, udah daftar Pak?
kalau ada di register.
Pasti udah masuk.
Ya.
Oh, kirim sama sertifikat. Oh, baik. Ya, terima kasih.
Bagi para peserta yang kemarin sudah registrasi, nanti sertifikat akan dikirim ke email yang sudah didaftarkan bersama dengan link presentasi para presenter pada hari ini.
Dinernya di luar ya? Diner, makan sana ya? Ini di luar itu. Masuk lurus.
Habis dinner, udahan apa?
Udahan.
Oh,
Ya. Sudah selesai Mas. Oh iya, boleh.
Iya, Mas.
Ya.
Hi, David. Hi.
Reportnya hentikan. Reportnya. Stop. Ya. Already stop recording and we already have the record and you can get the comments also there. Yes. We will send the record maybe tomorrow, yeah, because it's quite big, you know. It's part of it. Yes, of course, we need to enjoy ours.
Soalnya ada banyak yang langsung muncul pulang.
Okay, see you in the next meeting. I'm sorry, it's not perfect, but yeah.
Pakein aja.
Hang on.
Pakein
Not so bad. Okay, bye.
Bisa nih kita udah tutup.
Bye. End aja.
Oh,
End
aja kan?
Ladies and